That's funny. So how you doing?
I'm good. Hey, I did book my vacation for the week of the 4th.
Is the 4th a Thursday or Friday?
Friday.
Okay, so basically June 30th, right on through. So we come back to work on the 7th?
Right.
Okay.
It was either that or do you want me to get Rick and you work with Rick that week and you take a week later and I work with Trent?
All right, let me
We don't have to make a decision this second, obviously.
right. Yeah.
That's just a lot of best ofs to put together.
Yeah, it is. Oh.
Two.
Oh.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Thursday. The Masters gets underway in a little over an hour and a half. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. We got over the hump yesterday. Mark, how's your week going?
Week is going fine. You know, that's the hump day is perfect for me because my wife actually works 2 jobs. And Wednesday's the last day of one, and Thursday begins 2 days at the other. But she's more comfortable with the last 2. The first 3 work her a little harder. She's a little more taxed. And when Wednesday comes, I feel like my weekend's there because she comes home from work and it's like the weight of the world's off her shoulders and she's ready for a drink on Wednesday. And that's perfect for me because I can just fire up midweek and say, yes, I'll have a drink with you, honey. Right. I'll celebrate the end of your sort of week. This is perfect for me. Let's watch some lightning leaves and have a drink.
I mean, she's ready for a drink Wednesday night. You're ready for a drink Monday night. So, you know, you're just waiting for her to jump on the same train.
Exactly. So we're ready to go. Masters begins today. And it's so funny because the national question, we really haven't gotten into it as much. We focused on a lot of other players. but all of the focus nationally and at the Four Letter Network, who covers the first 2 days, is on Rory.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that it should be. And I don't think of him right now the same way that others do. I don't look at him as a favorite to win. Someone needs to explain to me why I should. And I get his talent. I know he's won twice this year, but it's 38 consecutive majors that he hasn't won. I'm not sure that I can back a guy that has shown us in the last 10 years that he doesn't have what it takes to win a major right now. It would be a great story. I'm not a guy that roots for Rory, but it would be a fabulous story. I just don't think it's as realistic as most everybody else does.
Right now, though, despite everything that you said, is there anyone else in the world that you think is playing better golf on a consistent basis in 2025 than Rory McIlroy? Because I don't. I think he's been the best golfer in the first 100 days of the year.
I agree with you, but this is a major, and this is not the first time that we've gone into major season when people have thought Rory's on top of his game. Now, I know the past couple of years, Scheffler's been the undetermined number one heading into these, but Rory's been right there. And off the top of my head, I couldn't give you a year, but trust me, there's been another year heading into the major where Rory's won a couple of tournaments and has been the odds-on favorite to win the Masters.
Lately, Rory, to me, you remember the great lefty Tom Glavine?
Of course.
Tom Glavine struggled in the first inning. And even he acknowledged that. He goes, yeah, for whatever reason, I had a hard time in the first inning. And even I would say, walking to the dugout, if I got through the first inning unscathed, I'm thinking, well, we're going to pitch a long way today. And I look at Rory the same way. Rory's gotten off to some very difficult starts in majors and Masters during this run, in which I feel as if he's all but out of it, even after Thursday. And so, for me, I would love a 68, 69, 70 from Rory. Just throw one up there. He's got an afternoon tee time. He's in one of the last groups of the day. I think he's in the fourth to last tee time of the day. He's teeing off at 1:12. So, figure he'll be done, 6? Close to a 5-hour round. And so, so he's going afternoon, morning, which is not the preferred lately anyway. You're better off being morning than afternoon in terms of Thursday, Friday. He's got it opposite. And, I just want to see Rory on page 2 of the leaderboard after today. Just throw something up there that says, hey, I'm fine.
Agreed. But I think that was a little bit more of the first 5 years of the drought, if you will. I think he's played better in first rounds of late, but he lacks consistency in 4 rounds in majors where he usually has one hiccup, and you cannot afford that this week. So I'm interested in Rory because as good as Scotty Scheffler is, he's pretty boring.
Yes, he is.
And by pretty boring, I mean really boring.
Right.
I mean, the most exciting, think about it, all the majors he's won, all the winning he's done. The most exciting thing he did was cut his hand on Christmas making ravioli with the glass. I mean, the guy is not a very exciting person. And golf is just yearning for some sort of a star. And Rory's it, because Rory lays it all out there. It's, I don't think Jordan Spieth's going to win. It's why some love Spieth. He is a walking commentary. If he won more with that walking commentary, it would be the stuff of legend. But there's not a lot of that out there. I mean, even my vaunted TGL took until the final match to where we saw personality, and that was a made-for-TV goofball Top Golf meets Pop Stroke world. But I really started getting into it yesterday. I mean, I don't think I've watched that much of the par 3 ever in my life.
Oh, wow. You went par 3?
What the hell else was on at noon yesterday?
Well, the Yankees and the Tigers on Amazon.
No, it wasn't. I get Amazon Prime. The game wasn't on Amazon Prime.
Huh.
At least not for me, because I checked.
Huh.
I listened to a bit of it on the radio.
Gotcha. It's funny. I think Rory's going to win.
Really?
I do. I think he's the best golfer in the world right now. I think he's putting much better. I think his distance control with his wedges and 9 irons is much better. I mean, that's what's been holding Rory back. I mean, we've talked about it. Rory from beyond 150 yards is the best golfer in the world. Even better than Scheffler. Off the tee and beyond 150 yards in the fairway. Rory's weakness is putting the wedge and the 9 iron in his hand and then putting the putter in his hand. And I think he's been a lot better. He's knocked on the door the last 2 years, and he's played well in finishing second. You know, he's had a couple of Mickelson seconds when Phil was looking for that elusive major in which he actually played well. And yeah, could have done 1 or 2 things better, but also could have caught a break or 2 from the other guy that he didn't catch. So I think it's time.
Golf hopes you're right. I mean, golf is rooting for Rory. Whether they admit it or not, they're rooting for Rory. He's the biggest star out there. We all know who the biggest stars are, but he's the biggest star out there. He's a far bigger star than Scheffler. And of the other really good players out there, I don't think any of them have reached that type of status. And to your point, David, Rory's better in shots gained tee to green than Scheffler. The only guy this year who's done a better job tee to green in gaining shots is Colin Morikawa. And there you go. Those are 3 of the top 4 favorites. The other one, there aren't any stats for on the PGA Tour because, well, he plays on the LIV Tour.
If it came down to Rory and Morikawa, don't you think the crowd would be for Rory?
100%.
I know, well, but usually...
I think the crowd will be for Rory no matter... I mean, I think it's Rory. Scheffler, it's Rory. I don't know of a player out there other than Phil Mickelson that the crowd would root for against Rory. He is really well liked.
It's been 14 years since he had a 4-shot lead heading to Sunday. 14 years ago. It's been 10 years ago, by the way, since Spieth won his Masters. I mean, time does suddenly you turn around in golf and it's like, hey, so-and-so is in his mid-30s. I mean, you know, what's Rory, 36 next month?
Believe that's right.
And you'd be surprised when guys stop winning majors. I'm just telling you, you'd be surprised. I mean, Rory hasn't won one since he was 25.
I do think those numbers of years change slightly just as athletes on the whole are doing everything longer. So I think 36 in golf may be closer to 40, 41 in golf now, if you know what I mean. But it doesn't take away from the fact that he hasn't won one in a long time. He's acting as if he's comfortable with it. We'll see how comfortable he is if he has a lead come Saturday or Sunday.
I'm more worried about him Thursday and Friday than I am Saturday and Sunday. And you know, I'm not a Rory guy. I'm very rarely that we've done this that I picked Rory to win a major.
With
I
good
do-
reason. You've been smart.
Well, and I don't like him from 150 yards in. But I think he's playing his best golf right now. Certainly since the early 20 teens, when he was in his early 20s and he just wasn't thinking and he didn't have any problems putting. And, he was just, and when Rory showed up with his A game, he beat anybody in the world, and that included Tiger and Phil. But I don't know. I like him. I think he's had a really good year. Solid year. What's he got? 2 wins?
2 wins, one at Pebble, one at the Players.
Yeah. So who do you like for the Masters? 21,000 is a text line. Twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. Let us know in the Twitch chat room. The starting 5 is 25 minutes away.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I got something here, David.
Fine. I have a first round Masters stat for early next hour.
Well, I'm going Masters, so you can definitely do it here.
Okay.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Full show for you today. A lot to kick around. Steve Carney. We'll probably be talking to Steve weekly until the Lightning are done, to be honest with you, since he's part of the Lightning Radio Network. And obviously we can talk a little Rays with Steve. But Whit Watson talking Masters, Matt Moscona to focus on the Saints, and Scott Lewis to focus on the Bears, as we're 2 weeks away from the first round of the NFL draft.
So we all, particularly those that follow golf, know it's very simple. There are 18 holes to a golf course. Obviously, some places have more than 118 and some have 27, etc. But did you know that Augusta National nearly had 19 holes?
What?
19 holes. That Bobby Jones and Clifford Roberts, the co-founders of Augusta National, asked Alistair McKenzie, who designed the golf course, to put a 19th hole in. And according to McKenzie, it was going to be a 90-yard par 3. And the purpose of the 90-yard par 3 would give a member who lost a match, and I quote, the opportunity of getting his money back by playing double or quits. That's the British version of double or nothing. It was going to be between 9 and 18, and it was going to play uphill towards the 10th. The reason that they didn't ever make the 19th hole is that they ran out of money. They couldn't fill the membership up in 1931 for the golf course. And now where that green would be is the putting green. And they decided after the fact that they weren't going to do it because it turned out to be a spot where people watched both 9 and 18 from.
Right.
And they were big on the views for those watching the tournament. But there's actual drawings of it on masters.com. You can see where the 19th hole was going to be. And apparently there was a course in New York and a course in Detroit that had the same feature. But I love the fact that the 19th hole, which we all think of as the bar, that the 19th hole was going to be made specifically for the purpose of gambling.
Nice.
Getting your money back on the round.
Totally. I like it. Would have been weird, though. Would have been weird going forward. I think they would have had to get rid of the hole.
Absolutely, because of where all the patrons are allowed to stand and where those areas are.
And would the hole have been where the woods are to the right of 9 and the right of 10? I mean,
it was between the greens of 9 and 18.
Huh. Okay. Interesting. So we just talked a little bit about the Masters in terms of getting off to a good start. So Jordan Spieth, when he first showed up at Augusta, and I think his first Masters was 2014, and then he won in 2015, had the lead and blew it by putting it in the lake, the creek, on 12 in 2016. So Danny Willett won it. But Spieth in 2015, 2016, and 2018, Mark, was your first round leader. Now, he's had a couple of top 15 first round showings here lately, but in his last 6 Masters, his best first round had him 8th. But here are some of the guys who lately have been pretty good in the first round. There's no middle ground with Bryson DeChambeau. He's been your leader in 2 of the last 6 Masters after round 1. In between that, he's been 25th, 54th, 60th, and 70th. So which Bryson are we going to get today? Similarly with Brooks Koepka. He's also been your leader or co-leader in 2 of the last 6 Masters after round 1. And the other 4 years, he's 25th, 30th, 35th, and 60th after round 1. But it's just interesting, like Rory McIlroy. I feel he needs to get off to a good start. Rory in 2018 was 4th after the first round. Since then, Mark, he's been 44th, 77th, 60th, 31st, 37th, and last year 14th. And that's basically what I'm hoping for from Rory today. Could you be at the bottom of the second page of the leaderboard? And I don't know what that'll take. 70, 69, I don't know. But just, could you be at the bottom of page 2?
Be honest, if I don't care what the leader shoots today, David, Rory needs to shoot 70 or better. That's it. 70 or better. He can't go fire a 74 and play catch up like he's done in a lot of these. Needs to just throw it in at 2 under par, get in the clubhouse, get out there Friday morning, and get to Saturday. You don't win the tournament today.
No, you don't. You know, Rahm 2 years ago led after the first round. And for the most part, he's been okay. But he's also been 35th and 43rd and 55th after the first round in the last 7 years. So it's interesting to me, you know, who's done what. Cameron Young he's been top 10 the last 2 years after the first round of the Masters. Scotty Scheffler. I don't know how many of you have placed your bets on Scheffler yet. 10:15 a.m. he tees off. Scheffler, the last 3 Masters, Mark, he's been 3rd, 6th, and 2nd after the first round. That goes in order from 22, 23, 24. 3rd, 6th, and 2nd.
So what you're showing us or telling us is that it's been feast or famine for a lot of guys. Scheffler's been incredibly consistent, but the DeChambeaus, the Rorys, and others have lacked consistency in the first round. So we'll see. We told you yesterday, what is it, 6 of the last 7 or 7 of the last 8 winners have gone Thursday morning, Friday afternoon.
Yes.
For what it's worth. So the early tee time on Thursday, the late tee time on Friday has been the path to victory at Augusta recently. Rory plays this afternoon for what it's worth.
Will Zalatoris, you know, he's missed 3 of the last 6 Masters. Either A, he wasn't good enough to qualify, or B, because of injury. But Mark, he's played in 3 of the last 4 Masters. Zalatoris has been 4th, 10th, and 9th after the first round. Scheffler and Zalatoris are consistently top 10 after the first round of the Masters in the last 3-4 years.
And you know, I root for Zalatoris. For whatever reason, from the first time he walked on tour, I like the kid. I root for him. But his putter, if he wins, he's going to have one hell of a week putting the golf ball because he's not a good enough putter to me to win at Augusta. But he's been really consistent there.
No, Rory McIlroy in the majors looks at Will Zalatoris and says, dude, you got to work on your putting. Right.
So the thing they've been talking about Rory this year is that those 8 to 10 footers that he needs, he's been able to make. And you've got to make 6, 8 of those for pars to keep yourself alive in this tournament. There are too many times you're going to have to get up and down, and the chipping areas can be difficult. So Rory will have to figure out if he can make those intermediate putts to keep himself alive in the Masters. Everything else that went on in sports yesterday, we're about to get after. It's the starting 5.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You guys hear about the minor league game 2 days ago that had 32 walks?
Yeah, was that the Hammerheads?
Jupiter and
the Marlins team, yeah. All right. I'm sorry to go here, but there's a story. I'm looking for good, bad, and ugly stories. Trump tariffs expected to raise auto insurance policies. Now, the whole article starts talking about auto parts, that they're made in Canada. And I get that all makes sense. I get it. And how on God's green earth could tariffs increase insurance prices? That makes absolutely zero sense. That's just insurance companies finding a way to gouge us again. I'm convinced of it.
yes, totally.
Sorry, it's not political. It's more of a shot at insurance, everyone. I'm not going right, left, center. I don't care. I just don't get that. And the laziness of the article all gets into car parts. Has 4 sentences about insurance. Really lazy, but
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Steve Carney 1 hour from now, followed by Whit Watson talking Masters. Matt Moscona in a couple hours to talk about the Saints, an intriguing team. They should be wheeling and dealing. They should be moving down, in my opinion, in the draft and acquiring picks and starting the rebuild that they haven't been willing to do for 20 years. And Scott Lewis, the Bears, with another top pick. How close are they? What do they need? Scott Lewis to talk Bears coming up. But right now it's time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
And we'll start in Dallas. An emotional night as Luka Doncic returned as a Laker and played his first ever game against the Mavs in Big D. He was introduced last amongst the Lakers. And before they introduced him, they played a 2.5-minute video thanking him and showing some of his career highlights and also just how he got along with people. And as you continue to watch the video, first off, Luke is crying. And secondly, you're watching the video and you're thinking, and you want this guy? And Lucas said he was a mess. And then he went out and scored 45 points.
all right. I could get crushed for this. But I'm happy we saw Lucas show emotion. It's great. Every part about that I love. Love that he scored 45. But I'm listening to the people who commentate on the games talking about this
like it was the greatest performance that ever happened. How could anybody, after the emotion of the pregame, go out and actually play after that? Because it's his damn job. He's a really good basketball player. And if you can't compartmentalize and shut off the emotion from pregame and go play, then you wouldn't be a great player. But don't sit there and tell me this is Willis Reed coming out after he was injured, for Christ's sake.
I mean, this wasn't Favre throwing for 399 and 4 touchdowns after his dad died.
Yeah.
But it was a magical night.
It was great. Good for him. Now, I love what Reddick said. I really wish he would have scored 50.
Right. It's so tongue-in-cheek, so funny. Can't believe you didn't get to 50, he said, with a totally straight face.
That's so great.
Yep. Lakers beat Dallas 112-97. The Lakers are the 3 seed right now. Dallas clinched a playoff spot despite the loss because Phoenix lost at home to Oklahoma City 125-112. So the Suns are out. The Mavs right now are the 10 seed, likely to play Sacramento in a 9-10. Sacramento lost to Denver, who fired their coach a couple days ago. First game with the interim coach, Miller and Moulton called it. We always bet the new coaches in game 1. Always. We get burned occasionally. New managers, new coaches, we always bet them in game 1. Jokic, another triple-double. It's like his 38th of the season. And I love, he's the best player in the league, right?
Yes.
Okay. He's playing the best basketball of his life.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay. And yet everybody is in agreement that they're not going to vote for him for most valuable player. They're voting for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yep, you got it.
Okay. Denver snapped the 4-game losing streak, beat Sacramento 124-116. The Nuggets and the Clippers are currently tied for the 4 seed. LA beat Houston 134-117. The Rockets, by the way, are locked in as the 2. So you got OKC, Houston, and the Lakers with the inside track on being the 3 seed. Orlando clinched the 7 seed by whooping up on Boston, who didn't play anybody. 96-76 in Orlando last night. Meanwhile, the Heat lost in Chicago, 119-111. That means the Bulls have a 1-game lead for the 9 seed. Chicago's also just a half a game behind Atlanta for the 8 seed. But that win likely will mean Chicago would host Miami in a 9-10 matchup sometime next week. We'll see how the rest of the regular season plays out. And a shocking defeat last night.
Yeah, worst loss of the night in any sport.
Golden State had a gimme at home against lowly San Antonio and got beat by a 3 at the buzzer, 114-111. So instead of being tied for the 4 seed, the Warriors fall all the way to the 7 seed and a play-in spot against Minnesota if the playoffs were to start today. NHL. Lightning were not ready to play last night. Toronto with 2 goals in the first 3.5 minutes. And while the Lightning tied it up on the power play in the 3rd period twice, Matthew Knies with a hat trick, including the game winner in overtime. I thought Toronto was the better team for most of the night. I thought they dominated the faceoff circle, thought they were clearly better 5-on-5, and the only time that the Lightning put fear into the Leafs was when they were on the power play. Toronto in OT 4-3, and they're now 3 points up on the Lightning to try and win the division. The Flyers with 6 in the 3rd, 2 of them empty netters, beat the Rangers 8-5. Tyson Frinter with a hat trick. Anaheim beat Calgary 4-3 in overtime. The Flames are now 5 points behind both the Blues and the Wild for the final playoff spot, and there's only 4 games left in Calgary's season. Wild game in Minnesota. The Wild beat San Jose 8-7 in overtime, Mark, after blowing a 7-4 third period lead. Technically, Minnesota is now first in the wild card. They have the same number of points as St. Louis, but they've played 1 less game. St. Louis lost in Edmonton 4-3. Nice little melee last night in the Edmonton-St. Louis game. All right. Corey Perry got a jabbing at Bennington, the St. Louis goalie, a couple times. Play continued. Bennington didn't like it. He punched Corey in the head. And all you know what broke loose. It's kind of nice to see. We're getting ready for the playoffs. The guys are just, rounding into form. Baseball. Marlins salvage the series finale against the Mets. Get back to 500 with the 5-0 win over New York, who was held to 2 hits. Max Meyer took a no-hitter into the 6th for the Marlins. A lot of teams got wins yesterday after losing the first 2 games of a series. Tampa Bay, Jose Caballero with a grand slam. Rays 5-4 over the Angels. Yankees avoid getting swept in Detroit. Max Fried, 7 shutout innings. Yankees, despite giving up 3 in the 9th, Devin Williams has been a problem so far as closer for the Yankees, but the Yankees held off the Tigers 4-3. Reds blew a 6-1 lead. Mike Yastrzemski with a 2-run walk-off in the 10th for the Giants, 8-6 over Cincinnati. Dodgers avoid getting swept in Washington. They beat the Nats 6-5. Twins get 7 scoreless from Joe Ryan in a 4-0 win over the Royals. Phillies took 2 of 3 from the Braves, 4-3 over Atlanta. Trey Turner with the game-winning homer in the top of the 9th for the Phillies. Braves tied for the worst record in baseball.
They are 2-9.
Correct.
2-9. The other bad teams in baseball right now, 2-9 Colorado. We already think they're done. And 2-9 Chicago, we already think they're done. Just saying.
Colorado got beat by Milwaukee 17-2 yesterday. White Sox lost to Cleveland 3-2. Did you see how the White Sox lost? Oh
yes, I did.
So it's
I mean, you know it's bad
right
on the South Side when this is how they lose.
So it's 3-2, top of the 9th, runner on second. And ground ball, left side, base hit. Okay, rounding third and heading home. Only he comes up injured. So the throw to the plate, they tag him out by 10 feet, and the game is over. Ouch. Guardians win 3-2. Diamondbacks 9-0 over the Orioles. Arozarena with a grand slam in the 8th, and then he had the game-winning RBI on a walk in a 3-run 9th for Seattle. So Seattle was getting blown out and then beat Houston 7-6. Texas avoids the sweep against the Cubs 6-2. Corey Seager with 2 homers. Oh, what an entertaining game it was in Pittsburgh yesterday. It was scoreless going to the 12th. Each team scored 1 in the 12th. The Pirates at home scored 1 in the 13th to win 2-1. And the Padres take 2 of 3 from the A's, winning 2-1. NFL, police called to Tyreek Hill's home Monday because of a domestic dispute. Hill was served with divorce papers yesterday. No charges, however, filed. Jags indicate quarterback Trevor Lawrence is on a pitch count during the spring leading up to training camp. Remember, he's recovering from left shoulder surgery back in mid-December. And the Cowboys, interesting signing here, 25-year-old Sadiq Charles. So he's drafted by the Commanders, plays 4 years with them. He's okay, serviceable lineman. Goes to Tennessee last year and then retires on the Titans. So then he decides he wants to play football. Titans want nothing to do with him. They release him. And Sadiq Charles signs with the Cowboys. He's still only 25 years old. Backup interior offensive lineman. The Masters yesterday, the par 3 contest, which began in 1960. No one has ever won the par 3 contest and then gone on to win the tournament. So cross off Nico Echeverria to win the Masters because he won the par 3 contest in a playoff with J.J. Spawn. Sorry, Nico. Can't bet on you. Did you see, and you said you watched a decent amount of the par 3 yesterday, 89-year-old Gary Player go birdie, birdie, birdie on 6, 7, and 8, and it actually was on the leaderboard?
Yeah, I don't think he turned in an official card at the end of the day. Like most of them don't. Of all the players that participated, about 20% or less actually turn in a scorecard, if you will.
And Player was one of those that didn't. But as he was on the 9th tee of the par 3 contest, 89-year-old Gary Player was on the first page of the leaderboard, having just ripped off 3 birdies in a row. All right, morning tee times today. First off, the very first group is a twosome because there's 95 golfers. So you got 31 threesomes. And at 7:40 this morning, a little less than an hour, Davis Riley and Patton Kizzire, they will go off first group of the day at 7:40. 9:47, Morikawa, Minwoo Lee, Joaquin Niemann. 10:15, Scheffler, JT, and a top amateur. Those are the top morning pairings. In the afternoon, Rory, Oberg, and Akshay Bhatia. At 1:12, Matsuyama, DeChambeau, and Shane Lowry immediately follow at 1:23. The last group goes off at 1:45. So light shouldn't be a problem. Even if they play 5-hour rounds, they still have about 40 additional minutes to get in their round of golf. There's no expected weather at the Masters today. By the way, one college basketball note, JT Toppin. Do you remember him for the tournament, Texas Tech? He had those 3 terrific double-doubles in which they were 20-point double-doubles in leading Texas Tech almost to the Final Four. Yeah, he was a late first-round pick was the projection. Texas Tech said to him, how about you stay with us and we'll pay you $4 million next year. So JT Toppin's going to play one more year in Lubbock for $4 million before he goes to the NBA draft. And the Frozen Four, today and tonight in St. Louis at 5 o'clock, Denver and Western Michigan. The winner plays the winner of Penn State and BU at 8:30. Both games are on ESPN2. And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories and $4 million to spend one more year in Lubbock, Texas, here on Miller and Moulton.
That's about what he would have made based on where he would have been drafted. That's about a mid first round salary from what I understand.
Now, he was projected as a late first rounder, and I guess if you're 21st mark, you get $3 million, and then you keep taking off, and all the way down to 30, you make like $2.2 million. So they think if their projection of him was right, he's going to make roughly $1.5 million more going back to Texas Tech.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
There's no way. There's no way Charles Schwartzel is winning the Masters. Well, Sonny, I don't know if we question them. I mean, they just said they couldn't afford them. And with what
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Thursday, Masters Thursday, Frozen 4 Thursday. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Emotional scene in Dallas last night. Luka's return to play against the Mavs. The crowd was entirely pro Luka. The general manager of the Mavs watched the game from the tunnel down on the floor. For the most part, could not be seen by those in the crowd. The TV cameras could find him. But the crowd on, I don't know, 36 occasions chanted, and his name is Nico, chanted either Nico sucks or fire Nico. So I'd say overall things went well for the home team, huh?
Pretty much. Pretty much what you would expect. Luka dropped 45 on his old team in the win for the Lakers. But it wasn't all bad for Dallas. I mean, come on, because the Suns lost, they clinched a spot in the play-in, David.
That's right, Mark. So, this trade's going to work out just fine. Just fine. But Luka was magnificent last night. And he hit his threes last night. That's the thing. Luka can sometimes not be able to put the ball in the ocean. And Luka had it going from beyond the arc last night. So if that happens, he's unstoppable. And last night he was unstoppable.
And that coupled for a little association talk with the worst loss in sports last night, Golden State losing at home to San Antonio. They better get their act together so the NBA can get that Lakers-Warriors first-round series, David. Now the Warriors are in a play-in game. That is not what the NBA is looking for.
No, because the Lakers right now are the 3, so Golden State needs to be the 6, but that loss dropped them to 7. Come on, boys. Come on. Either that or get in the 4 or 5 games so that you could have Steph against Jokic. I don't know. Jokic, by the way, talked for the first time yesterday, in which he was asked, hey, do you have any input on the decision to not bring back the general manager and fire the coach? And he said, no, but I was given a heads up. That Kroenke pulled me aside and he explained his decision. And that's what it was. It was his decision. He said, I'm about to announce this, and here's why I made it. And Jokic went, okay.
Now, David, first question to you is, A, do you believe him? And if yes, if yes is your answer, then part 2 of the question, B, would be, when told by the owner of what was going to happen, if Jokic wanted either to stay, do you think he could have made that happen?
Jokic is yet to lie to us, correct? I mean, we don't have evidence that Jokic has said something publicly that's blatantly false, or we found out later on was blatantly false. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he's earned it in terms of, hey, the owner gave me the courtesy of telling me what was going on. I mean, I'm the star player on the team. So he said, hey, just so you know, in 10 minutes, this is going to become news. Now, do I think Jokic could have saved Malone? I don't know if Malone had already been fired or if the owner was about ready to walk down the hall and fire him. So, I mean, Mark, if you've already fired me, but you go and tell somebody involved in this show, hey, just so you know, before it becomes public, I got rid of Moulton. Well, you already fired me. I mean, if that guy throws a fit and says, you can't do that, you got to bring him back. So I'm going to give Jokic the benefit of the doubt until proven otherwise.
All right. Because I believe that any star player can save any coach. I have trouble believing that Jokic was told after the decision was done. The owner may have thought he was making the decision. I have trouble believing he fired them before talking to his star player in today's sports world. Maybe that's the case. It just doesn't pass the smell test to me.
To me, what is interesting is that this family that owns the Nuggets owns the Colorado Avalanche. Your buddy, Jared Bednar, he's been there damn near a decade, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's been there a very long time. They own the LA Rams. McVay's been the coach since 2017, maybe 2016. I thought Jeff Fisher did 1 year in LA, and then they brought McVay in. Could be wrong, but I mean, McVay's been there a while. And I guess they own, is it Arsenal? And they've had two coaches since 2000, or managers since 2007. So apparently this family, the Cronkies, they don't do this. So.
And Malone had been there for a decent amount of time. 8 years, right?
I was going to say, he's the only coach Jokic has ever had.
Right. I mean, and I don't know exactly how long, but I know I read that he was the fourth longest tenured coach in the league.
And I thought it might have been 10 years. I thought he might have gotten there in the fall of 2015. And that he was 3 games shy of finishing 10 years.
But I mean, Popovich, Spoelstra, and Kerr.
Right.
Are the coaches who have coached longer than Malone before he was fired. That's, those are the who's who of NBA coaches. So they were like they were with their other franchises. 4 games before the playoffs, I don't get it. Don't get it. There's
apparently
got to be more there.
Apparently one other time in NBA history, something like this was done. I saw a report yesterday by Shams in which he said this is ties for the latest of a coach being fired for a team that's going into the playoffs, not the team that's, 19-60 and they just get rid of the coach a week early. All right. Can we talk Tyreek Hill?
Yes.
Can we get real with Tyreek Hill? I don't know if you saw it last week, but did you see Howie Roseman's quote with the Eagles in which he was asked about the draft and do you have certain rules? And he said, oh, yeah. He goes, if a player has had anything to do with violence, we don't want any part of him. He goes, and I really don't want any part of him if he's an 8-year veteran and the incident happened 10, 12 years earlier. He goes, I don't want any part of it. Tyreek Hill apparently getting into a physical altercation with his wife. His mother-in-law was in the house. She called 911 because she feared for her daughter's safety. They have a small child, a young child, I should say, together. Charges were not filed even though police showed up at the home Monday. Tyreek reportedly was served with divorce papers Tuesday. If you're the Dolphins, it's a big salary cap hit. You keeping this guy around? Because there are a lot of indications that he is an unhinged mess.
Going back to speeding on his way to the game and how he acted when he was handcuffed prior to the season opener, right?
The day of, 3 hours before the game.
Right.
Yeah.
Just making sure I had the game right. It wasn't the home opener. It was the season opening game.
Correct.
First game of the season. It's not the first time that he's had a domestic violence accusation against him. He had the incident at the marina where he got in the fight, or the incident with a worker there. He appears to be going after Sean Kemp's record of infidelity.
Yes, he is trying to have as many children with as many different people as possible.
Which doesn't necessarily make him unhinged. It
Right.
just goes into the DNA of who he is. David, I would get rid of him. I don't know how he is, and I know what he can do on the field. I get it. But when you keep someone like this around, and everybody talks, there's one word that every NFL team talks about. What are we hearing out of Jets camp nonstop? That Aaron Glenn doesn't care about winning or losing. I've got to change what? The culture. Well, I don't know how you can have a winning culture with this guy around right now, David. I don't know how he can help your team, your clubhouse, your locker room be what it needs to be. Now, I've never heard any reports of him being a bad teammate. Not one. But when you start getting into the domestic abuse sort of things, I don't know how you keep him around.
His cap hit this year, he's 31 this year. His cap hit this year is just under $28 million. His dead cap hit, however, if the Dolphins were to decide to move on from him, is just under $57 million, which to me makes him unmovable. Now, next year, his dead cap hits 15.5. So I think Tyreek's playing his last year with the Dolphins.
Would you cut him before it? I get all the salary cap ramifications. You're running this team. You are trying to build a winning culture. Can you do that with Tyreek Hill in your locker room?
Mark, you know this is...
I know.
This is my line in the sand. And, we can joke about, I love me, my diva wide receivers and all that. I have no tolerance for any violence against women or children. None. Wouldn't care. Have no problem losing games, cutting a guy, and eating the cap space. I just don't. Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, Steve Carney in a little more than 15 minutes time. And for those who have never seen Steve, he will join us, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton via video link, and you can see Steve Carney from his office. You can take in the show that way if you're so inclined. So where are we going with a poll question?
Well, I don't know if we should just put the poll question up on what we just talked about. Should the Dolphins cut Tyreek Hill? Stemming from his recent troubles, he wasn't arrested yesterday. There was no charges filed. She had a bruise on her chest. She said it was from the kid, her 4-year-old, when Tyreek grabbed the 4-year-old from her arms. The child, kicked her. It was an accident. That's what she said. But police noticed a bruise on her chest. That was her claim, so no arrests were made. Again, as you pointed out, it was her mother that called 911 for fear of her daughter from Tyreek.
So the incident happened Monday at their home. Police came over, as Mark said, no charges. On Tuesday, she reportedly filed for divorce. Apparently, it's been a very volatile relationship. If we go back to the end of the regular season, Tyreek was making a lot of noise at the end of the season that he wanted out. He has on numerous occasions gone on X and implied or sent out posts and memes indicating he's unhappy. He wants out. Remember, they had to call him into the office shortly after the season and talk about life and the pursuit of happiness together going forward. Tyreek seems as if he's in distress, professionally and personally right now. And he's coming off the worst year he ever had. I mean, let's be brutally honest. He was not much of an impact. He was a very expensive, above average receiver last year. And the Dolphins have given him 2 different contracts to try to make him happy. Mark, here's the big problem for Chris Grier, in my opinion. Mark, since Chris Grier's been in charge of the personnel, what's the biggest move Chris Grier's made?
I think it's getting Hill, isn't it?
Think so too.
I think it's getting Hill.
Therefore,
drafting Tua, getting Hill. Which one do you want to pick?
And I would say getting Hill, because they had to give up a decent amount and then they had to pay him. So to me, if you're the Dolphins and you move on from Tyreek Hill, what kind of a statement is that? I mean, this offense was meant for Tyreek Hill, right?
Yes.
Quick hitting, get it at guys with speed and space. Tua was made for this offense, right? Tua and Tyreek, very dangerous combination. I mean, Tyreek, and 2 years ago, until he got banged up for a couple games, Tyreek was seriously involved in the MVP discussion as a wide receiver.
And I had forgotten he was arrested and kicked off the Oklahoma State team for a domestic violence issue. Then he was accused of breaking the leg of the girl he was cheating on with his wife, the social media influencer, that she accused him of breaking his leg when they had a football lesson. Right. David, you can give anyone, and I don't mean you, but I mean, we give second chances. We're big on second chances.
Yeah, we are.
He's had more than one second chance.
But this is a $58 million cap hit, and you don't have anyone to replace him. Even if he's on the decline, even if he's never going to be, quote, Tyreek Hill again.
And the other side of it, to your point of why they're probably going to keep him, what did they do last August? They reworked his contract.
Right.
They put themselves in this spot.
Yep. Yeah, they're married to Tyreek. They are absolutely positively married to Tyreek. Married to Tua, married to Tyreek. And so to walk away from Tyreek, think about the statement that would make.
Yeah, I mean, really and truly, if you cut him, which I would do, then Greer should just give his resignation letter to Ross at that time. Now, he could cut him, and Ross would probably still keep Greer for reasons that none of us seem to be able to understand. Stephen Ross has been incredibly loyal to this general manager, past the point of where I would have been.
It does seem, however, to be continuing what has been a very off season for the Dolphins. I don't know of a single person covering the Dolphins, is a fan of the Dolphins, who likes the Dolphins off season thus far. And to me, the only way they can save their off season is to crush the draft. Crush it. Because they need numerous plug-and-play guys out of this draft.
Do they ever? I mean, they still need a starting guard. Armstead just announced his retirement earlier this week. So you're going to need at worst a swing tackle on this team because they think they're going to move the second-round pick to starting left tackle. They've got the tackle on the other side that's been there.
Jackson from USC.
Jackson, who's on the right side. But you got Eichenberger, who you re-signed. He's going to be a swing guy. They've got to replace a guard. They've got to get tougher on the defensive line. I mean, they have holes on this team.
They lost Calais Campbell in the locker room and, quite frankly, on the defensive line because he played really well for them last year. They are counting on a whole lot of people who were hurt last year on the defensive side of the ball to all come back and be healthy and play at a high level this year. And let's face it, we don't have faith in the coach anymore. Some never did, but for those of us who did, we don't have faith in him anymore.
Not at all. That the way he runs a team doesn't seem to work. The player-friendly approach, the rah-rah, I'll be your buddy, doesn't seem to be working. Guys are not held accountable in Miami. But why would you expect players to be held accountable in Miami when the general manager's not held accountable, the head coach isn't held accountable? This is a systemic problem from ownership down. He's not a good owner. And when you don't have a good owner, you don't have a good football team.
In fairness, until last year, they did have 4 winning seasons in a row. And McDaniel's first 2 years, he did go to the playoffs both times, albeit losing in the wild card round both times. So they were not awful. They were pretty good. But they were supposed to be building towards a breakthrough. And we all know how last year went. And now look at how well this year is going so far. Yikes. Miller and Moulton. Steve Carney, talk a little Rays and Lightning. Big overtime loss for the Lightning last night. Whit Watson to talk the Masters at the top of the hour here on Miller and Moulton.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I sent him the link and I've texted him to make sure he got it.
Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Whit Watson to join us then to talk the Masters, which gets underway in 2 minutes. The first grouping, a twosome, will hit their tee shots in 2 minutes' time. Then 31 threesomes tee off. Right on through 1:45 this afternoon. No bolt tees at the Masters unless the weather gets involved. So it's just everybody teeing off on one.
The way it should be.
Right. Only 95 players in the field.
David, we talk TV numbers on this show from time to time, and I saw this little note, and I thought I would share it, even though it punches us both right in the nose. Sunday's Islanders Caps game. Alex Ovechkin breaking the record.
Right.
Was the best non-winter regular season game yet on TNT. That's the positive. Did 905,000 viewers. But head-to-head on Sunday, in sports, it finished third. The Premier League on NBC did 1.4 million. And the PBR, not the Pabst Blue Ribbon, but the Professional Bull Riders on CBS did 925,000.
So they just eked out, right? Wasn't the hockey like 906 or something like that?
Exactly.
Right. So now that was for the whole game. I mean, there was apparently 1.3 million watching when Ovechkin broke the record and they had the ceremony and all that. And then obviously a lot of people didn't watch the second half of the game. But like you mentioned, that was a great rating for Turner and the NHL, especially for a regular season game.
It does show you one other thing that we have talked about on this show for decades. And it was true when Dave and I started nearly 20 years ago. And it's still true today, despite streaming, everybody seemingly having cable, all of the things are out there. Events on network television draw a bigger audience.
Significantly.
I'm guessing if that hockey game would have been on ABC versus TNT, it would have beat bull riding.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, they say conservatively it's 20% versus a game on ABC versus a game on ESPN. And that's ABC, ESPN, as opposed to, You start getting into the True TV, TBSs of the world.
But even TNT is not in the homes that ESPN is in.
No.
So just a little few numbers out there for us hockey folks. This is why when you listen to national radio, they don't talk a lot of hockey.
No,
we
they
happen
do
to
not.
know where we are big, hockey is big.
And I know we've told this story to you before, but we had a consultant from, I believe, ESPN.
Yes, this was Act 1 when we were working for an ESPN affiliate.
And we were in the afternoons, and the consultant stumbled upon our show, and the consultant was like, "You guys do a really good show." And we're like, "Oh, thanks." And our show, I think at the time, was 2 to 6. And the consultant then said, "But what the hell were you doing talking hockey at 5:15?" And he basically was like, "Yeah, I have no interest in you guys if you're going to talk hockey at 5:15. What is your problem?" Oops, sorry.
Another one bites the dust.
All right.
21,000 is the text line. What should the Dolphins do with Tyreek Hill? That's the question of the day. And I don't know if it's worthy of a poll question to keep him or cut him. The cutting him ramifications are horrific from a salary cap standpoint.
Now they can, prorate it and do it after June 1st and, half this year, half next, but it would be substantial. I mean, if it was a straight cut him today and we're going to take the whole hit right away, it'd be $57 million. And his salaried cap hit this year is 28. So it would be an extra 29 million to move on from him for this year. Now, obviously, they can cut that in half. But there is talk that the Dolphins may have to draft a wide receiver. That's how bad things have gotten with Tyreek Hill. 16 minutes before the hour. Steve Carney, kind enough to join us, stpete9.com. Part of the Rays radio network as well. Steve, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, David. How are you?
I am well. You can follow Steve on X at Steve Carney. Listen, want to talk Lightning. I thought Toronto was the better team last night. Except on the power play, I didn't think the Lightning put a whole lot of fear into Toronto last night. Leafs dominated the faceoff circle. And am I wrong?
No, I think you're absolutely right. And, John Cooper said after the game that, they had a very, very bad first 3.5 minutes. And I thought that for myself, this isn't the first game where they have had some really rough times in the face-off circle. I mean, the prior game against the New York Rangers at Madison Square Garden, it seemed like they couldn't win a face-off to save their lives. And I really thought that, they were able to get out of New York with a win because of Andrei Vasilevsky. And unfortunately, when you lose that much in the face-off circle and you find yourself on your heels as much as they were last night, I thought it was a really, really tough. It was a really tough go, and they weren't inspiring fear in the Maple Leafs. They were the much better team last night.
They get the power play goal early in the third, and I happened to be listening on radio last night at that point, not watching. And when Toronto regained the lead there about just a little over a minute later, Espo was beside himself. I know it was a power play goal, but he was incredulous about that goal and just the play on that. It seems that they couldn't, whether you want to call it momentum or juice or whatever it was, after scoring that tying goal to take the penalty and give up a goal that quickly, yeah, Hedman ended up tying it, but that put them on their heels again for another 6 to 8 minutes, it seemed.
Yeah, and that's been probably one of the bugaboos that this team has dealt with all year. It seems like that shift after a goal, when they score, they kind of take their foot off the accelerator, so to speak, and they allow teams to get back into games. It's happened far too often this year. I know Phil has seen it a lot, and you will hear him say, "What are you doing?" A lot. On those shifts, it's very, very frustrating for him as a former player, knowing that shift after a goal is so important.
Lightning now 3 points back of the Leafs with 4 games left in the regular season. Right now, the teams are tied with regulation wins, which is the first tiebreaker. No Getzel last night. Is he that important? Because the Leafs were the better team last night. Like, if you were watching last night's game thinking who's going to have the edge to get out of this division, then you come away last night thinking, well, the Leafs are the better team. Is Getzel that important? And his absence, how big of a factor was it last night?
Yeah, I'm not quite so sure that losing Getzel is the same as losing Kucherov. I would think that, if you lose Kucherov, that's a big deal for the Lightning. For Getzel, yes, he's very, very good on the power play. I mean, you look at him, he's, I believe, still tied for the league lead in power play goals with 16. Braden Point has also got 16 power play goals. So I really think that it's really, really difficult to lose Getzel, but it's not like losing Kucherov.
I'm with you. And besides, the power play was terrific last night. I mean, where Getzel shines, they were 2 of 4, so it certainly didn't affect the power play. But they had an opportunity.
Yeah.
Point had a great chance late with a breakaway that could have won it in regulation. When overtime happens, it is what it is. But when you look now for the rest of the regular season, do you think last night cost them the division?
I don't think it cost them the division per se. Mostly because I still think that game between Florida and Toronto is going to be so important, especially because the Panthers will then have to come to Amalie Arena the next night as part of a back-to-back, and I think that that's going to be very, very big. That the Panthers play the Maple Leafs first. I think that if they played the Lightning first and then came home to play the Maple Leafs, I think that would be a much bigger a much bigger swing for the Leafs, so to speak. I think that would make it a little easier for Toronto. But this, I actually still think, helps the Lightning more that they're playing at Amalie Arena second. But it's going to make it very, very difficult, and you can't lose any more points to any more of these teams.
By the way, that sequence is Monday and Tuesday next week, where the Panthers host the Leafs on Monday, and then the Panthers play at Tampa Tuesday night. Closing schedule for the Lightning, 3 home games, and then at Madison Square Garden for a bad Rangers team. Detroit, Buffalo, and the showdown with the Panthers. And I agree with you, Steve. I think the Lightning have to come away with 8 points in their final 4 games if they're going to have a chance to catch and pass the Leafs. All right. Let's talk Rays for a second here. So, how's it going at Steinbrenner Field? In the day, at night? I mean, how's it working?
Other than last night in the first inning, the grand slam by Caballero, I think the Rays are being frustrated at the field, or I should say at the plate. They're really having trouble scoring runs. I think that Steinbrenner Field is acting much less of a hitter's park than they were thought. During the spring, the wind blew out pretty much all spring, so there were a lot of home runs, and I thought they were going to. They believed that they were going to have that continue on, but the wind has blown in a lot here so far early on in the regular season, and I think that that's frustrated them because they've hit some balls hard and they've had some success at the plate, but I thought that they believe that they would have a lot more home runs at home in these now, 8 games that they've played at Steinbrenner. I think that they think that they've had not as much success because of the wind blowing in. Well, guess what? You got to deal with that at home this year.
I'm just curious, and I don't know how many, because I know between the Rays and Lightning, I don't know how many games you've been to, but they're announcing sellouts. How many empty seats are there?
I worked the Pirates series, and they've been announcing 10,046, and it's been really full.
All right.
So I think that they've been. I don't think has it been completely at capacity. Probably not. But I think that they are a lot closer to 10,046 than the A's are to whatever number they're announcing in Sacramento. That's for sure.
The Rays, by the way, continue along a homestand. They finish up their series with the Angels at 1:00 today. Then they host the Braves for 3, the Red Sox for 3, and ironically, the Yankees for 4. So this is going to turn out to be, a 14-game homestand for the Rays, and they'll play 14 of their first 17 at Steinbrenner Field. Steve, thanks for making time for us. We'll talk next week to see whether or not the Lightning are getting ready for the Panthers or whether or not they pulled the division out.
Look forward to it, guys.
Steve Carney, stpete9.com, stpete9.com, also Lightning Radio Network. Follow him on X at Steve Carney, Carney.
I love the Lightning on radio. I am not someone who did a lot of hockey play-by-play. I think Michigan's fine. He's too much of a screamer for me personally. But when Espo gets ticked off, there is nothing better than a mad Phil Esposito at the Tampa Bay Lightning during a radio broadcast. I absolutely love it. Miller and Moulton, the Great 8 is coming next. Thanks for listening.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, Tadalafil, and Viagra, Sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made, at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, will fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Whit is on.
Thank you.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
halfway home in the 239 and the 904 on this Masters Thursday. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Final hour of the show in Live Oak, Lake City and surrounding areas, Port Charlotte, Venice and surrounding areas. Matt Moscona in about 35 minutes. We'll look into the Saints, who have a top 10 draft position. What are they thinking? And Scott Lewis, 1 hour from now, we'll talk Bears on and off the field. Are they leaving downtown Chicago? But joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs, Whit Watson. He covers golf for a living. He hosts Making the Cut, iHeartRadio in both Orlando and Jacksonville. I believe it's 9 a.m. in Orlando, 9:30 a.m. in Jacksonville. So you can go to the iHeartRadio app and listen to the show if you're not driving through. And he broadcasts golf for ESPN, NBC, the Golf Channel Live. You can follow Whit on X at Real Whit Watson, Real Whit with 1 T, Watson. Whit, David and Mark, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. I just got the chance to listen to the honorary starters knock it out there at number 1 on XM radio. I'm in the car right now, so that's always cool, you know, kind of a harbinger of spring. Some healthy debate that I'll throw back to you guys. When Gary Player, Jack Nicklaus, and Tom Watson hang it up, I'm wondering who the next generation of honorary starters are going to be at Augusta National, and I don't have an answer for this. Somebody else brought it up yesterday. You know, Bernhard Langer's playing his final Masters this year. He's 67 years old. Could we see him as an honorary starter in the years to come? Or Nick Faldo, or Tiger Woods? Kind of a fun Thursday conversation.
I'm with the Faldo camp. We talked about this earlier this week as well, as there's such a gap between this group and the next. You know, Mickelson would have been an obvious choice at some point when he's done playing, but I don't know from a popularity and the live standard where he would be on that. And you're right about Tiger. I just have trouble ever seeing Tiger as an honorary starter, don't you?
Yeah, that's as soon as it came out of my mouth, I thought he's never going to do that. He'll never allow himself to be a ceremonial anything. I just think it'd be cool to see Langer if he was willing to do it, and especially with this being his last Masters. You know, maybe that's in the cards. But anyway, it was fun to listen to. They do a nice job with the radio broadcast, and so I had a chance to listen while I was on the road this morning.
Well, it is interesting also because, I mean, Whit, they may have to go European Ryder Cup if they want to wait for Tiger and Phil. They may have to go Langer, 2-time champion, Faldo, 3-time champion, Olazabal, 2-time champion. They may have to go with a European Ryder Cup grouping for a short while.
That would be, I mean, it's a unique story, you know, the history of how the ceremonial tee shots began. They originally were not hit by Masters champions. They were hit by 2 players that won senior PGA events at Augusta National back in the 30s. Jock Hutchinson was one of them. And then it evolved into, you know, Sarazen, and then later Sam Snead, and then Ken Venturi had one turn at it, kind of pinch hitting. There was the year that, you know, Palmer obviously did it for a couple of years. There was one year when he appeared but didn't swing, you know, didn't want to put his game on display. So it's just an interesting history to a tournament that already is overflowing with history. Everything you look at Augusta National has a story behind it. So they are off and running here early on Thursday morning.
David and I were both talking yesterday. David was lucky enough to work a Masters event. I was lucky enough to I've only been to one. But when I was behind 11, I've never thought of a more intimidating spot on a golf course to me than watching that tee shot, knowing what lies ahead. When you think of Augusta National, what hole's the most intimidating to you?
I think 11 is a good candidate. I think that for obvious reasons, number 1 is perhaps the most intimidating hole, because if you're a first-time participant or a first-time player at Augusta National, the build-up to that moment is over, and now reality sets in. You actually have to take the club back. And I think that might be the most intimidating shot in all of golf for those that have never played it before. 11 is a good candidate because being right is dead and being left is deader. When you get to 12, again, so much of Augusta, it's not that the shot is so hard, it's that the memories are so vivid of watching the greatest in the game play this golf course for decades. And you know all the holes. You've seen every hole with the enhanced coverage over the last 2 decades. But then when you're actually there in person, it's a whole different ballgame. I think that every tee shot for a first-timer is probably the most intimidating of the day.
2-part question, Whit. Who, in your estimation, the first 100 days of this calendar year has been the best golfer in the world?
First part of that is Rory McIlroy.
Okay. And the second part then is, how come so many people then don't think he can win this week? Do we think that basically it's in his head and it's going to be forever? Because I'm picking Rory, and I don't normally, but Whit, he's been the best golfer in the world for the last 4 or 5 months.
Yeah, I think he would be a no-brainer were it not for the fact that it is Augusta National, and there is a narrative out there that this golf course is in his head, that he's got some kind of a mental block. He's 35 years old. You'd think by now he would figure it out. Adding in that there's a lot of other good players out there. There's 95 guys in the field, and there's about 20 of them that legitimately can win the golf tournament. So it's not a guarantee that because you're playing well, you're going to win. But yes, the added pressure and the reason why there's been so much doubt around the guy who is obviously playing the best golf in the world is because it's Augusta National and because it's the Masters and the weight of the moment. And as every year passes since he won his last major, it's now been, 2011 years since he won a major. I think that is also why you've got a lot of people who are not all in on Rory this week.
Colin Morikawa has decided to double and triple down on his stance with the media. Is that going to help him, hurt him, or not be an element whatsoever this week for Morikawa?
I don't think it matters for Morikawa this week. I mean, everybody knows the drill. If you're one of the leaders after any given round, they bring you into the press center. It's not optional. When the guy with the green jacket puts a hand on your shoulder, you're coming into the press building. So I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference for Morikawa one way or the other. I too am intrigued by the fact that he continues to double and triple down on these comments just because he's never struck me as being that kind of a kid. Like I don't see him as being like a combative or uncooperative professional. But he obviously has some strong feelings about it, and he's clearly taken some punches over it in the media and has decided to keep his knuckles up. So, okay, let's see what happens when he wins or whenever he wins next, how he's going to feel about that media opportunity. Just kind of a sideshow. I don't think it's that big of a deal, to be honest.
Listen, we all have our stats that we're, holding close to us heading into this year's Masters. Whit, I think it comes down to this: the caddy bib number that is most common winner in the last 20 years has been either bib 53 or bib 89. Morikawa's caddy got 53. DeChambeau's caddy got 89. So there you have it.
Oh,
Whit.
wow.
That's your final twosome on Sunday.
Okay, I'm on board. I love that stuff. Why not? It makes as much sense as anything else, right?
Absolutely.
Especially this tournament. Yeah, I'm buying it. I would take either one of those guys. Why? There's no reason why DeChambeau can't win this tournament. All it comes down to for him is putting. So, yeah, I'm in.
Do you give DeChambeau the best chance out of the live guys?
Yeah, not the best chance. I think John Rahm and DeChambeau probably share that honor this week. And the one that everybody's kind of pointing to that is a little bit of a surprise, maybe a lot bit of a surprise because he's 45 years old, is Sergio Garcia, who's playing really well this year, surprisingly well, and obviously is a former champion at the Masters. So I think Rahm and DeChambeau are 1 and 1A among the live guys, and that gives Sergio, the dark pick as maybe someone that could surprise and contend this week.
If The 2025 Masters champion is a first-time major winner. Who do you think is most likely to break through over the next 4 days?
Well, I'm going to stick to my guns, and I'm going to give you the name of the guy that I took in the charity pool that I'm in, and I will also add this caveat that I took him largely because I've already burned Scotty and Rory this year. But I do believe he can win the golf tournament, and that is Ludwig Oberg. He hits it long, he hits it straight, he does all the things that Masters champions have to do, and he's a good-looking kid, too, and it'd be fun to root for him. So that was my pick outside of the Rory Scheffler duo.
I love that pick as well. And, I went Matsuyama for what it's worth. We were talking the length of 13 and how moving that tee back is changing the way they drive the ball. How much do you think that will be a factor this week?
It's interesting, not only moving that tee back, but they lost a lot of trees around 13, around the entire golf course, but especially around 13. And I talked to Todd Lewis of Golf Channel on our radio show in Orlando and Jacksonville last Saturday, and he said that there are places now at 13 and 14 where you can actually see the neighboring Augusta Country Club, which has never been the case. I mean, the whole place was designed for you to believe that nothing exists on the planet except Augusta National. And now because those trees have thinned, you can actually see the fence, apparently. And I'm wondering, without being there this year, how does that affect the wind? At 12, at 13, at 14, at 15, does that help or hurt the guys, especially, as you say, coming off the tee at 13? So, like they need one more thing to worry about at the Masters, there are some changing conditions this year because of those trees that have come down, and I think we're all going to figure it out together in the next couple of days.
Whit Watson covers golf for a living, broadcast it live, ESPN Plus, the Golf Channel, and the NBC family. He hosts Making the Cut, iHeartRadio in Orlando at 9 a.m., Jacksonville at 9:30 a.m. on Saturdays. Making the Cut, iHeartRadio app. Download the show and follow Whit on X at Real Whit Watson, Whit with one T, Real Whit Watson. Whit, safe travels. Thanks for your time. Hope we can talk soon.
All right, cheers. Enjoy Masters Week, everybody.
Whit Watson, here on Miller and Moulton.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mark, I would bet on Washington because I think they'll just have a very easy road. And I would bet on Vegas. The other two are total crapshoots.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
At 21 minutes past the hour, we'll talk plenty of football coming up. We said we want to talk to folks who cover teams that are in an interesting spot in the draft. And we think if you have a top 10 pick, that's an interesting spot. So Matt Moscona coming up in a little more than 15 minutes time with the Saints pick. I believe they're at 9, aren't they? Saints?
I think you're right.
And
yes,
Bears.
New Orleans is 9. They move up a spot. They're one spot a little earlier in the second, and then one spot up in the third. So they go 9, 40, 71. But remember, they got a compensatory pick, or no, they got Washington's pick. So they have 93. So they have 4 picks in the first 100 of the draft. And they have a lot of needs, but that's how you rebuild a roster right there. I mean, you should be able to get, David, don't you think 4 picks in the first 100? That should be 2 starters and 2 contributors.
Oh, at the very least. I mean, I think you'd like to think you could get 3 starters out of it, but yeah.
Certainly by midseason.
You know, because that's an early 3rd round pick. Yeah. Scott Lewis, who covers the Bears, and I believe the Bears are at 10. And so, you know, Saints, Bears, little talk with Matt Moscona and Scott Lewis coming up beginning in a little more than 15 minutes time. We've been talking a lot of Masters today. I hope everybody's okay with that. But if not, I don't know what to tell you. It's the Masters, and we're into it. This may have to, I threw in, you know, kind of my ha-ha stat when we had Whit Watson on last segment.
I like your ha-ha stat.
If you missed it, by the way, it's the number of the bib that the caddy is wearing And the most popular winning caddy bib number of the last 20 years is a tie between number 53 and number 89. Morikawa's caddy has got 53. DeChambeau's caddy has got 89. However, this is the stat of the day. I'll put it up against anything else you find or anything else you hear. 18 of the last 20 Masters champions was inside the top 10 after the first round. The only guy to win the Masters not in the top 10 after round one in the last 20 years. The last two times Tiger won, 2005 and 2019. So Tiger could come from outside the top 10 after the first round. No one else in the last 20 years has come outside the top 10 after the first round to win the Masters.
So the money in golf has gone into the next stratosphere because of LIV. That's the reason. The money would not be what it is on the PGA Tour without LIV. But Sportico just listed the top paid golfers for 2024. Jon Rahm made the most money last year, mostly because of endorsements. But his prize money and the LIV and the bonuses he got from that's a big part of it. He made almost $106 million. He and Scheffler, the only two to make nine figures. Scheffler made $104 million. Rory is next at just under $80 million. Tiger made $62 million. Xander Schauffele is fifth. Morikawa sixth. Tyrrell Hatton tied for sixth. Joaquin Niemann is eighth. DeChambeau is ninth. And Koepka is 10th.
So a lot of LIV guys on that top 10.
Yes, there are.
Mm-hmm.
And I was stunned with DeChambeau only gets $4.5 million in endorsements. He lost most of his endorsers when he went from the PGA to LIV. I get it. But the guy has nearly 2 million YouTube subscribers.
Well, isn't he more popular now than when he was on the PGA Tour because of all the stuff he has done on social media, showing that side of him and catering to a completely different audience?
100%. And I think, and I could be wrong, everything you said, I agree with 100%. I also think since going to LIV, he's far more popular with the old golf fan who hated him for a while. He and Brooks made up, and all of a sudden, people that didn't like Bryson started liking him again. The YouTube phenomenon for the younger audience is apparent. But I think the rest of the golf audience, I don't know if they like him, but they don't dislike him the way that they once did. Like, I think, here, it would be interesting to me. I think ultimately they root for Rory. But if it's Rory and Bryson, I'd be curious to see how the patrons would be acting and who they would be rooting for.
Well, that's why I brought up earlier if it was Rory or Morikawa and Rory versus this guy, because you have, let's face it, Bryson is American. Morikawa is American. Okay. Usually the Augusta crowd will root for the American over the member of the European Ryder Cup team. They will, no matter how popular. I mean, for goodness sakes, they cheered Seve putting it in the water on 15. Seve, a two-time champion who was staggeringly popular. But they were rooting against him because they wanted Jack to win.
But that's a whole, I mean, come on now. You've got to admit, that's like Tiger. You know what I mean? There's Jack and there's Tiger. There's not another, maybe Phil there. I don't know if there's another American that would get that type of us against them vibe.
I do agree with you, though, that last year on the course, DeChambeau, didn't he finish second to Scheffler last year? Okay, second or third. I mean, he was right there the whole tournament. He played well, acquitted himself well, came off really well, and then obviously won the showdown with Rory later on in the summer. And I think that people just, they took a liking to him where maybe they never had before. I do think he's smiling more now. I mean, listen, let's face it, if you and I were making that kind of money, wouldn't we be smiling?
He's changed for the better. He has become more open. He has, to me, become more honest. He was arrogant and pompous early in his career. He's just, hey, lighten up Francis, lighten up Bryson. He did. He really did. And I don't know if it's, trying to make a hole in one over his house in Jupiter there.
Yes.
I don't know what it is.
Which was awesome. Absolutely awesome it was.
But I can't think of who he played golf against some online group and lost a bet. And I can't remember the name of what their pod or what they do is, but he had to mention them twice in interviews. That was the bet. You got to name drop us twice, and one's got to be at a major. And damned if he didn't do it in the Masters press tent.
Love it.
I mean, how else do you endear yourself to that crowd, that community more? When the guys who host that can now put a clip of them in the bet saying what Bryson's got to do and follow it up with what Bryson did. So that would be the final twosome that I think I'd like to see the most. Rory and Bryson. That would be fantastic.
Interesting. And who would the crowd be pulling for? Neither of them have won the Masters. Miller and Moulton. Matt Moscona, Scott Lewis coming up. Our next two segments to talk Saints and Bears, respectively. Masters got underway 50 minutes ago. I have not checked out the scoreboard.
There was one name in red figures. They've just played a couple of holes. We're just getting started.
I know some of you just foaming at the mouth.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I love all the channels on masters.com when you can watch live. And, right now they've opened up 4, 5, and 6 because players are getting there. But the main feed right now is Masters on the Range. Like, there are people sitting there watching guys hit balls.
Well, because now also they added all the technology, on the range. Yeah. I guess Bryson the other day hit 370 shots on the range.
I saw that and I forgot the next closest. I don't remember if it was Zalatoris, but it was like 125 shots less.
Yes.
Was the next guy. And then the amateur and I don't know if I think he's a European amateur because he was playing with, Olazabal and Rahm maybe, hit 14 shots. That was the fewest.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Scott Lewis, who covers the Bears. They have a top 10 pick in the draft. He will join us coming up after the top of the hour. Joining us once again on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Matt Moscona crushing it in New Orleans and Baton Rouge. Afternoon Drive After Further Review is the name of the show. You can follow Matt on X at Matt Moscona, Moscona. Matt, it's David and Mark. Hope you've been well. How are you?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Doing great. Good to talk again.
We reached out to talk Saints, but if I could ask one LSU question before we do our Saints draft and free agency preview, if you will. How warm is Brian Kelly's seat? I mean, are we talking Les Miles entering 2016, Orgeron entering 21? I mean, is he okay if he goes 8-4?
Yeah, it's not even close to the level of those others, and the reason is the contract. LSU signed Brian Kelly to a 10-year deal where 90% of his contract is owed if he's fired. So some very rough math. If they were to fire Brian Kelly after this season, they would owe him $50 million thereabouts. And guys, I'm here to tell you there's a better chance of me waking up tomorrow with a full head of hair than Brian Kelly getting paid $50 million not to coach LSU. It's not a place like A&M where they can stroke Jimbo a check for $75 million. It's just not a thing here. So the thing I've said since the day Brian Kelly was hired is, for better or worse, Brian Kelly and LSU are financially joined for a decade. So they've got to find a way to make it work. So no, Brian Kelly is not in any type of jeopardy of being fired, no matter what happens in 2025.
And the talent is there to have a big year, so we shall see. The Saints are lacking talent. They are not lacking picks, however. They have 4 in the first 93. This is an opportunity almost for a reset, in our opinion, for the Saints. But what is the biggest need, in your opinion?
Oh, God. It's an impossible question to answer, because when you're as bad as the Saints are, you need everything. I mean, and guys, I'm not trying to be dismissive of the question, but it's kind of a catch-22. You're sitting there at 9, and like, you have to hit on that pick because you need a cornerstone caliber player, but you're also not pigeonholed into feeling like you have to take a position because you need everything. I mean, to answer the question sensibly, what I would say is, what position are you least likely to get an elite player later in the draft that you could find at 9? And generally, those tend to be players like left tackles, edge rushers. You don't typically find the freak shows like that later in the draft. That's not to say you can't hit. I mean, look, the Saints drafted Trey Hendrickson in round 3. Now, they were too stupid to pay him, and they let him walk to Cincinnati, and now he's leads the NFL in sacks. But they need everything, guys. I mean, like, there's not the only position on the roster where I think they could make it through this year without is linebacker, because they returned to Mario Davis and Pete Werner, their 2 starters. But they signed Willie Gay in free agency last year to a 1-year deal, and he's left. So now you have no depth there. Like, they're in dire straits, man. Like, they literally need everything.
Can they pass on Shedeur Sanders if he's there, though? I mean, let's face it. Nobody in town wants Carr. I think contractually they can move off of him decently after this season. I mean, they need a quarterback, right, Matt? I mean, if he falls to 9, you're in the room. Are you saying we got to take a quarterback, or are you saying no?
So I don't think they have to take Shedeur at 9 if he's there. I think if through all their draft evaluations, if Kellen Moore is bullish on Shedeur and they take him, I'm pumped. But guys, I don't know if your audience know this, but the New Orleans Saints in their history, dating back to 1967, has drafted a quarterback in the first round 1 time. It was Archie Manning in 1971. Like, that's a lot of history to overcome. They just don't do it. It's just never been part of their philosophy organizationally, no matter who the owner, GM, or head coach has been. So if Shedeur's there at 9 and they take him and they're bullish on him, great. I also think that this could be a year where you get a cornerstone player at 9 that's an immediate impact player, and you continue to look at quarterback somewhere later in the draft. Guys, I kind of look at quarterback where the Saints are right now, like if you're not going to invest, at the top of the draft, like nickel slots. You just keep feeding the slot machine, man. Pick a quarterback every year. Last year was Spencer Rattler. Year before it was Jay Kaner. You take somebody, day 2 or 3 this year, and you hope that you hit on your Dak in round 4, your Kirk Cousins in round 5, your Purdy in round 7. I hesitate to say Brady in round 6, but still, Russ in round 3. You hope that you hit. You're going to bust more often than not, but it's a low risk, high reward if you do hit. So I think that's kind of the approach. But no, I don't think they have to take Shedeur at 9. But I do think that Kellen Moore, it's realistic to assume he's going to want to draft his franchise quarterback. If not this year, then next, as you mentioned, when they do move off of Derek Carr.
You mentioned the O-line. I mean, I'm sure they'd love to get their hands on Campbell, the LSU kid. I don't know if he's going to be there. The other side of this, based on what you said, and every fan says, trade down, get out of the spot. if Sanders is there, that might be the best opportunity for the Saints to trade out of that spot and get more draft capital because they need it, right?
So they have 9 picks. So here's another piece of dubious Saints draft trivia for you. Mickey Loomis has been the general manager for more than 20 years. Do you know how many times he has traded back in the draft?
0 or 1.
Leading question, by the way.
Right, exactly.
0 or 1, huh?
0 or 1, I think, are our two choices.
He has never traded back.
Oh, wow.
Like, it is not in his DNA. The Saints have the opposite approach. They are incapable of being patient. They will package picks and move up. Like, I'll guarantee you this, guys. Like, as sure as I'm sitting here talking to you right now, Saints ain't making 9 picks. They are going to package picks, and they are going to move up somewhere in this draft multiple times to be bullish on guys that they like. So the trade back scenario sounds good to all 31 other teams. That ain't what Mickey Loomis does. So I don't think that's realistic for them to trade back. If Will Campbell is there at 9 and they took him, I think that's a great option. He could play guard. He could play tackle. If he moves to tackle, you can move Trevor Penning, who's bordering on a bust, another former first rounder, to guard. But, I mean, guys, look at the Saints' offensive line. They drafted tackle last year with Taliesin Fuaga. They drafted Trevor Penning in round 1. They drafted Cesar Ruiz in round 1. Eric McCoy was an early second rounder, but he was their first pick in that draft. I mean, they've invested tons of draft capital at the line of scrimmage. They just haven't hit on a lot of guys. And it makes you a little gun shy when you got to keep going back to the well at the same position because you keep missing.
Matt Moscona, afternoon drive, New Orleans and Baton Rouge. Follow Matt on X at Matt Moscona, Moscona. All right. Is Mickey done kicking the can down the road? Is he going to acknowledge, even if it's just for Kellen Moore's first year, we got to rebuild?
No.
Okay.
There's no reason to believe that. They could have reset this year. They could have cut Derek Carr, designated him as a post-June 1 release, done all their cap gymnastics, effectively tanked. And I don't mean to use the word tank intention, but just understand that you're facing, like, you're just going to go, you're going to weather the storm this year, and then you're going to pick in the top 5 next year and take your franchise quarterback. Guys, I would have compared what they could have done very similarly, not financially completely, but the approach the Bengals did when Zach Taylor came in. They came in, they moved on from Andy Dalton, they stunk completely for a year. They drafted Joe Burrow. They were not good the first year with Burrow, and then as a rookie, and then the next year they were in the Super Bowl, and now they're a contender. Now, you have to hit on that player, obviously, but the Saints aren't interested in doing that. It's like actions speak louder than words, and it's very clear by their actions, the way they continue to restructure contracts to try to sign free agents, that they feel like they're in contention, which literally no one else in the football-loving world thinks they are. You, me, Vegas, anybody. But they do. They think they are contenders, so they continue to sign old players to bad contracts, pushing money into future years, paralyzing themselves in their ability to spend in free agency in future years to try to win now. And guys, it's an approach that made sense when Drew Brees was at the end of his career and you were desperately trying to win one more with Drew. It made sense then. It doesn't make sense anymore. But I compare it to, like, the person that goes to the casino, they're up big, and then they bust. And instead of taking their losses and going home, they keep going back to the ATM and back to the card table trying to win it all back, and they just keep digging the hole deeper and deeper. And that's the perpetual state that the Saints franchise is in right now.
Matt just described the exact reason why I don't gamble anymore. One bad NBA season will do that to anybody. All right, who do you want, Matt? If you are picking at 9, and we know they're not going to move based on history, you have the 9th pick. Who are you taking?
So if Shedeur is there, I would love to take Shedeur. I'm not convinced he's going to be there. I think quarterbacks are still a premium in the league, and I'm not sold on the Giants passing on him. to get that name in New York City, I don't think signing Russ and Jameis precludes them from taking a quarterback at the top of the draft. So I still think Shedeur probably comes off the board before the Saints pick. I really like Mason Graham, the defensive tackle from Michigan. Again, I don't know that he's there at 9, but if he is, when the Saints were going good under Dennis Allen, they had this incredible streak, guys, where they broke a streak that the 2000 Baltimore Ravens set for the longest streak consecutively without allowing a 100-yard rusher. Last year, the Saints were second to last in the NFL in run defense. You got to get impactful interior defensive linemen, and I think Graham would be a huge piece to build around, pairing with Brian Brzee, who they took in the first round a couple of years ago, who's coming along really nicely. That's who I would love to. If it's not Shedeur, I would love it if Graham were there from Michigan and they took him.
And he's got to get past Jacksonville at 5, I think, to be in play for New Orleans. Matt, appreciate your time and your insight. A final question going back to LSU. You may have the best quarterback in the conference. So how good do you think they can be this year?
Oh, make no mistake, guys. LSU is all in this year. Resources, financially, everything. LSU did this year what Ole Miss did last year, what Ohio State did last year, what Florida State did 2 years ago. They went ham in the portal. They spent a ton of money, and they are all in to win a national championship. That's not to say they will. And I'll remind you, even Ohio State last year, which was so dominant at the end of the year, lost 2 games. I mean, they lost at Oregon, and then they lost to a bad Michigan team. But they were playing their best when they got to the postseason, and they got hot and won a championship, which is the great thing about a playoff because you're allowed to do that. So baseline expectation for LSU, minimum expectation, is you got to go 10-2 and get in the playoff. Like anything shy of that, that is the floor. Anything shy of that is an unmitigated failure this year. And they're capable. They have an embarrassment of riches offensively, and they went in the portal and added impact starters at every level of the defense. Like the SEC is a grind, it's a gauntlet, but they are chips to the middle of the table to win a national championship this year. They're capable of doing it. We'll see if they can, but this will be Brian Kelly's best shot since he's been in Baton Rouge.
After Further Review is the name of Matt's afternoon drive show. He's in New Orleans, Baton Rouge. He's in 3 other Los Angeles or Louisiana markets as well. You can follow Matt on X at Matt Moscona, Moscona. Matt, as always, appreciate you, your time, your insight. Hope all is well with you and the family. And let's do this again right around football season.
Always happy to join you guys. Thanks so much for the call this morning.
Matt Moscona here on Miller and Moulton.
It's funny, we talked for a little bit. I called him a little bit earlier because we used to have Matt on quite regularly. That's the first time we've had Matt on in forever. Yes. And he's a great guest. He's been great to us over the years. And I was just talking to him. He does a really good job on TikTok and Instagram of getting shorts up, and was asking him how he did it. And it's a staff that we don't have. But you forget in certain markets what sports are big. And he's like, yeah, spring football, man, baseball's just going. And baseball, Louisiana. Yeah, LSU's 3rd in the country, and they are all in when it comes to their baseball team. It's just fun. Certain teams have certain programs that they're really into, and LSU's one of those when it comes to college baseball.
And that baseball stadium is right across the street from the football parking lot. Miller and Moulton. Scott Lewis, Bears have a top 10 pick. We'll talk to him about it next.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
He's on.
And Sonny, that could be a showdown of the two best quarterbacks in the SEC also. I know DJ's young, but
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
it is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this Masters Thursday. Tournament got underway 80 minutes ago. Morikawa's group tees off in 45 minutes. Scheffler's group in a little more than an hour. Rory's group in about 4 hours. Here, Miller and Moulton. Scott Lewis, co-host of the 79th and Hallis podcast, which covers the Bears. Scott's kind enough to join us once again on the American Paint Supplies hotline. You can follow Scott on X at BarbChairScott, BarbChairScott. Scott, David, and Mark, how are you?
How's it going on?
Well, before we get to the Bears and the draft, I just want to ask you what I think is a simple question. Don't know if it's a simple answer. Bears fans okay if they move to Arlington Heights?
I think it's a mixed bag right now. I think you have some fans who are really on the hill of the Bears thing in the actual city of Chicago. And I used to be on that side too, but then, you know, you get to, I just want a better stadium for the Bears. You know, covering the Bears these last couple of years, I've been to half the stadiums in the NFL already, and with the exception of Washington, which in my opinion has the worst stadium in football, Soldier Field was pretty bottom tier. So I feel like for the fans and for just the team and, you know, the history and being able to build like a ring of honor to honor all the great players that the Bears have. And the Bears stopped, you know, retiring jerseys a minute ago. So, you know, I feel like building a ring of honor in the area will help give spotlight to some of the Bears legends who might not make the Hall of Fame. And just really just to have more events. You know, you can have a Final Four there. You can get a Super Bowl there. So I think that more fans are coming around now. I think when the news first got announced that a lot of fans were against it, but Arlington Heights isn't that far away from Soldier Field, but I just feel like fans is ready for the shovels going to the ground, and it feels like it's going to be announced very soon that it'll be Arlington.
So the Bears heading into the draft have what? 3 of the first 72 picks. They've had a really good offseason from a free agency standpoint. They've rebuilt their offensive line. So when you look at the draft, let's start with pick 10. If you're running the Bears, who are you eyeballing for pick 10?
Well, this is the thing about why their offseason has been so great so far, because I really feel like they're in a win-win situation here. Like, you can go BPA or you can trade down. But for me, if Will Campbell's there, I take him. I know we've been hearing all the stuff about short arm length and stuff like that. I don't really think that matters too much in the grand scheme of things. I think he's been great enough in college, and I think that can translate to the pros. You do have the 3 offensive linemen that you brought in Dalman from Atlanta, Joe Tooney, Johnson from Los Angeles, and, you know, he's in Detroit a little bit with Ben Johnson. But, you know, those guys are vets. You need a young centerpiece to build along with Darnell Wright for, you know, the next, 5-10 years. We don't know if Joe Tooney is, he's the older guy. He's probably not going to be here in 3 to 4 years. So I feel like you need that young piece to build around with Darnell Wright. But you can also go on the defensive end as well. I would go trenches. So, like, if Will Campbell's not there, then you're going to get you one of those edges on the defensive end. I still think the defensive front line needs a lot of work. I mean, I love the great Jared signing. I like everything that they've done so far, but you still need a game changer, and I feel like drafting one would help too. But, you know, there's so many options. Like I said, like, even though I do believe Ashton Chesney will be off the board before he gets to the Bears, I will be probably shocked if Vegas doesn't grab him up. But if if that was something that Ben Johnson wanted to do. I know a lot of Bears fans don't want to Ashton Jeanty going number 10 or Tyler Warren from Penn State going there. But I'm at the phase right now where I'm all in on trusting Ben Johnson. This is a coach that Bears fans have wanted for 2 years. Finally got him. So now let him build his vision of what he wants this team to be. So there's a whole bunch of options. But if I was drafting, I would 100% go trenches.
Sanders, by the way, Shedeur Sanders, meeting with the Raiders today, and obviously they pick sixth, and a lot of people believe it'll either be Shedeur Sanders or it'll be Jeanty for the Raiders at 6, and then how does that affect teams after 6? Don't you think, though, that Ben Johnson has got to be, even though he wasn't the one doing the drafting, I mean, don't you think he could look at Jeanty and say, well, I can do with him what I was doing with Jahmyr Gibbs, and that'll totally change this offense?
Oh, 100%. 100%. He's already made a big emphasis on running back in the 2 months that he's been here. So, yeah, that's why I wouldn't have an issue with it. I feel like that the offensive line right now is at least good enough to be able to have a solid run game, and then you can have the dual back system with him and DeAndre Swift. Which has been something that a lot of Bears fans, didn't know if Swift still stay around, but he's been very complimentary of Swift as well. So it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me whatsoever. The Shedeur Sanders thing, like you said, is a good part. I know he's meeting with the Raiders and the Steelers. So, I'm also a big Shedeur fan, so I'm rooting for wherever he goes. But that will definitely have an effect if the Raiders do decide to go to Shedeur, because then Ashton Jeanty will be available, and then the Bears got a real tough choice to make.
Yeah, and I think if Jeanty's there, they take him. But I'm with you. I don't think he's going to get past the Raiders at 6. It would be very interesting if he's there. Tyler Warren's another guy mentioned. But this is a good tight end class. I mean, they could still get a really good tight end if they want that piece later in the draft. It seems to me, based on kind of what you were talking about and also what they've done in the offseason, that defense has got to be a priority in the draft. Maybe wide receiver, but they fortified their offensive line. Isn't it time to fortify the defensive line as well?
Yeah, to me that's number one. There's a lot of great edges in this draft. I just think this is a deep talent draft in general. I don't think it's the best quarterback draft, but that's why I'm glad that they did get Caleb. But I think it's a deep draft from these positions, and like you said, they have the first 3 picks in the first 70. So they really have a great opportunity to be able to get them a guy to go out there and pair with Montez Sweat and Grady Jarrett. And I feel like Grady Jarrett's leadership and that presence will just help whatever rookie they bring in. If you want 2 guys who can coach you and coach you up, it would be those 2. And I feel like that the Bears defense are just, I think a lot of it also too was philosophy. Like, even though Eberflus had a solid defense, his wasn't as aggressive. I'm expecting a more of aggressive style with Dennis Allen. In fact, we were up at Hallis Hall 2 days ago, but Jalen Johnson talked about he's going to be shadowing the number 1 receiver more, which is something that he's been trying to do this season. So if you look at everything else that's on this defense, with a good linebacker core, with a great secondary, which I think is the strength of the defense, you get you a real good young edge to add in with Grady Jarrett and Montez Sweat. That takes the team to an entirely another level. And, we want offense here with the Bears, obviously, but this is a defensive, franchise. Like, we've had a lot of our legends, most of our legends are on the defensive side of the ball. So I definitely think that they need to build around that. And if they can get that, it's going to take it to a completely another level and open things up for offense as well, because they're going to have more opportunities to score if the defense is lights out and they can get to the quarterback.
Scott Lewis, co-host of the 79th and Hallis podcast, Talking Bears. Follow him on X, Barb Chair Scott. Okay. Let's be honest, though, about the roster. I mean, you're in a division with a 15-win, a 14-win, and what, an 11-win team from a year ago? I mean, yeah, we all think the Bears are better. We think they've plugged a lot of holes. Isn't it still also the 4th best roster in the division?
I think that's fair to say. I think it's a very stacked division. I think Minnesota's a big question mark, though, because we don't know what that quarterback situation is going to be like. Minnesota has great running. Has great wide receivers, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and, you've got a pretty good defense. And I love Kevin O'Connell as a coach. But I think that's a big question mark. We don't know what JJ McCarthy's going to be like. But I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt because I believe in O'Connell as a coach. But yeah, I mean that's not a bad argument. I mean, Green Bay is always there, as we always know. I still think Detroit is hands down the best team in this division, even with losing Ben Johnson and losing Aaron Glenn. I think we are going to see just how good of a coach Dan Campbell is now with losing a great percentage of his coaching staff, not just losing his coordinators, but Ben Johnson brought a lot of people with him, brought Antoine Randall. I know Aaron Glenn brought a couple guys over from Detroit. I'm really interested to see what that's going to be like. But yeah, the Bears, I think the number one thing that what I felt in the building on Tuesday was we got to prove it. I think this is from ownership down. I got to give George McCaskey credit. You know, he spent the money, which is something the Bears fans have been asking for a long time. He spent the money and everything they've done so far. And even he said, it's time to see the results. So I know how I am. I know how Bears fans are. I'm not giving them nothing until I see it on the field. You know, last year was a lot of hype. They did not live up to it. And, you know, it's going to be a tough division. So even if they did get like 11 wins, which would be a 6-win increase from last year, that's not guaranteed that that's enough to win a division from what we've seen these last couple of years. So I do think it's definitely fair to say they have the fourth best roster. They just really got to go out there and prove it now.
11 wins. I may need to pull you over and give you a breathalyzer, sir.
I didn't say they were going to win 11 wins. I'm saying if they got to.
No, I know. But let's just say they win 8. And Caleb Williams has similar TD to interception numbers, and the sacks go from 400 to about 30. Would that be good enough for Bears fan?
I mean, that's the question. I don't think anything is good enough for Bears fans. But I think that I honestly think I think for this fan base, okay. I think they'd have to get at least 9, because that was like the original intention last year. If Caleb Williams makes a jump, he makes a leap, and I believe that they should be able to at least be in that tier. I think if it's 8, if it's under 500, I think it will probably not go over well with Bears fans. And even though I think that's 8.5 is like what they're projected in Vegas right now. I think that's a fair number. But I think for this fan base to have any type of, you know, positivity going forward, I think they got to get 9. Even if they miss the playoff, because I do believe 10 is going to get you in the NFC. But I think they got to get at least 9 for Bears fans to at least feel comfortable in which direction that the franchise is going.
Scott Lewis, 79th and Hallis is the podcast. 79th and Hallis. Check it out and follow him on X at BarbChairScott, BarbChairScott. Scott, we always appreciate your time and your insight, and expect a call after the draft.
Will do. Thank you. Appreciate y'all for having me.
Scott Lewis, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton.
I love the pressure that this fan base puts on this team. They won 5 games. New coach, second-year quarterback. I gave a good, reasonable improvement, and he's like, oh, no. If we don't win 9, the season's a total loss. Miller and Moulton.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or NolanAgency.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700.
That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You've got time. Listen to that. There's like 2 pages, so you got to scroll over to page 2 to get the play-by-play part because you just got a picture when it goes on. Scroll over and hit play.
Yeah, it didn't work for me. Hold on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Beginning the home stretch of Miller and Moulton. Bonus hour on this Masters Thursday. Tournament's been underway for about an hour and 40 minutes. By the way, I just found out during the break that Rory had lunch with Jack last week and basically sat down with Jack and said, okay, take me through the course. How did you play it? Might as well.
Interesting, but it's I happened to see a video short the other day of senior tour players hitting Persimmon Woods.
Yes.
And first off, Daly hit it 280. Okay. Daly hit a Persimmon Wood 280. But these are good players, and they're hitting it 235, 240. Now, they're seniors, and I get it. But it was just wild, and they were asking him, when's the last time they hit one of these? And it was in the 80s. And so I bring that up because the way Jack played the course is completely differently than the way you play the course now. The course was shorter, the equipment was different, and they're not anywhere near the same spots. From 180, Jack was hitting a 6-iron. Rory's going to hit an 8-iron. So while I appreciate him going to Nicklaus and maybe around the greens and chipping and where to miss, those things are still the same. But the course is vastly different. Although those with experience seemingly always know how to play it. Early round leader, Zach Johnson, 2 under through 4. He and Chris Kirk are the only players 2 under par. But the old man, Freddie Couples, one of the hardest holes. You just heard Whit Watson say, what's the scariest shot on the course? The tee shot on 1. Freddie birdied the very difficult par 4 first as he heads to the par 5 second. And wouldn't it be something to see Freddie figure out a way to play on Saturday and Sunday this year?
Well, VJ made the cut last year, and I think VJ's in his early 60s. Longer was hurt last year. This will be Longer's last Masters at 67. I believe, by the way, he is officially the last Masters champion to hit a persimmon driver. Longer.
Would make sense.
Yep. And I think it was in 93 he was still hitting a persimmon driver. Well,
that would be really, really off by years based on when other guys were saying they quit hitting them in the early to mid 80s or mid 80s.
Longer won his first in 85. I think we'd have to go back and say, so was Jack hitting a persimmon driver in 86? Obviously Jack and Mize and what have you. But anyway, Longer's the last one because I saw the same feature that you did, which I loved, by the way.
Freddie, by the way, is the oldest to ever make a cut when he did so 2 years ago at 63 years, 6 months, and 5 days old.
We, when we had Whit Watson on last hour, and he said, I just took in the ceremonial tee shots, and he said, I don't know how much longer we're going to have Jack and Gary participating in the ceremonial tee shot. So who's next? He only won it once, but he has an amazing Masters record, and he is one of the most popular golfers in Masters history. Do you think they'd have Boom Boom be a ceremonial guy, or is he not accomplished enough?
I think they would because he's beloved there.
I know, but I mean, you went from Snead and Sarazen to Arnie and Jack and Gary Player and to me, I mean, even Watson, one of the 15 greatest golfers of all time, he only won the Masters twice.
I could see Couples doing it, though, because He's second most ever in cuts made.
Mm-hmm.
He obviously won it. He's done really well with his finishes and the fact that he's been competitive as long as he has there. That's one we haven't given any thought to.
I mean, Phil was in the final group with Fred Couples in 2010. Freddie was 50 and was in the final group and was actually tee to green out playing Phil on the front nine on Sunday. Freddie was hitting the ball great, couldn't make squat. Then Phil hit that second shot on 13, and that was pretty much over after that.
Your guy Michael Kim with an early birdie. He's
Right.
never made. It's only his second Masters, but you were pointing out yesterday that he does the diary. Would be fascinated to see how he handles, making the cut or playing well, and what he would be able to tell us and what he's been posting. That would be interesting as well.
I have not found a golfer more open about things than Michael Kim on his X account. I mean, the postings are long, they are detailed. He doesn't shy away from if he was in the group, which had a rules controversy. I mean, he really gives you insight as to what a round is like, as to what the players are going through, and he just flat out talks about himself also. I find him on X, if you like golf, his weekly diaries when he's playing in a tournament are incredible.
Goes back to a little bit of what we were talking about with Morikawa saying, I don't need the media. Here's Michael Kim gaining a lot of popularity, doing it his own way. Bryson DeChambeau doing incredible things on social media that he controls the narrative of. And it's completely changed the way the public perceives him. So it is interesting, some of the side stories going into Augusta as they are underway early round here at the Augusta National Golf Club for the Masters. We haven't talked about it all show, and it's probably a little late to be bringing it up now, but Trevor Lawrence got in front of the microphones yesterday to give the standard answer of how everything is great now. We've all bought in. There's a new energy here. I'd love someone to get up there and go, the energy's exactly the same. Nothing's changed. But I love the buy-in. Pat Kerwin's talked about it on our show. This time of year, they're all buying in. Whether it's Chicago, whether it's Jacksonville, they're all buying in. Such a big year for Trevor Lawrence.
Huge. Remember, the contract doesn't even kick in till next year. I mean, he doesn't start making double nickel till next year. So, yeah, really big year. He's got to look like a different guy.
I want to see him still speaking that way and how everything's recharged week 5. I don't really care in April what Trevor has to say. I'm a lot more curious what he's talking about after a few games.
Don't you think he has to be at least as good as Dak Prescott? And I know a lot of people don't like Dak, but come on now, you judge the last handful of years. Dak's been a better quarterback than Trevor Lawrence.
I don't think it's close.
So doesn't Trevor, Dak's somewhere, we do the whole list of top quarterbacks. Dak's usually somewhere between like 9 and 12.
Yeah, I'm right with you.
So doesn't Trevor have to start playing like Dak Prescott at least?
Yeah, because what tier would you put Trevor Lawrence in right now? We all know what the first tier is, but he's nowhere close to that second tier of quarterbacks. Nowhere close.
No. I don't think you can put him any better than the fourth tier right now, quite frankly. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. And some final thoughts and a pick or two coming up.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hello, Massol. What is it you're looking for there?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till we're out of here. Pat Kerwin tomorrow. More Masters talk tomorrow. Look ahead to the weekend tomorrow. All on Miller and Moulton. You ready?
I am. But one quick thing that we have totally neglected today. Did you see what happened when the sports and toy world combined yesterday?
No.
Mattel, maker of the Barbie doll, have a new Ken doll, and it's LeBron James.
You know, I read something about that either yesterday or the day before, and I thought it was a spoof.
It's not. LeBron is now a Ken doll. A Ken doll released in his likeness. It's going to be $75. It is being released on the 14th at midnight at Target, Amazon, Walmart, and Mattel Creations. Just found that interesting.
I agree. Curious the market.
It's going to be a collector's market. I can't imagine that there are a lot of little girls out there yearning for a LeBron James Ken doll. But that's just me.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Jokes are already coming in on the Twitch chat room.
Oh, sure.
The text line as well. Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health, 427-3441. That's 239-427-3441 for their Bonita or Naples location. Mention Miller and Moulton for an additional 10% off. And visit online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Today in 1849, Walter Hunt was broke. He owed money. So he goofed around with some metal, and he made the safety pin. It was patented today in New York City. He would sell the rights because he was broke for $400 for the safety pin. That's all he ever made on it.
Wow.
Try that again. The Titanic set sail. The set sail part is what threw me. Today in 1912. The PGA was founded today in 1916. The Great Gatsby was published today in 1925. Jackie Robinson signed his Major League Baseball contract with Brooklyn today in 1947. Branch Rickey announced that the Dodgers had bought Robinson's contract from the Montreal Royals. 1949, Sam Snead wins his first of 3 Green Jackets. 1956, Jean Bellevue has a goal and 2 assists as Les Habitants beat the Red Wings in 5 for the Cup. 1960, Arnold Palmer birdies the final 2 holes to win by 1 over Ken Venturi.
Amateur Ken Venturi, I believe.
Yes, you are correct. 61, Arnie tried to go back-to-back, but Gary Player wins by 1 to become the first international champion.
I think Arnie doubled 18.
1975, Lee Elder becomes the first black man to play in the Masters. He would shoot 37 on the front and back 9 for a 74 and would miss the cut. Frampton Comes Alive, one of the biggest live albums ever, hit number 1 today in the U.S. in 1976. Tom Watson wins his first of 2 today in 77, beating Jack by 2.
They were tied with 2 to play, and Tom birdied 17, and Jack, a rare mistake, drove it into the fairway bunker on 18 and made bogey.
Today in 1985, Madonna begins her first tour, the Virgin Tour. Her opening act was a little-known white rap trio called the Beastie Boys. 1988, Sandy Lyle wins the Masters over Calcavecchia.
By the way, is that the greatest shot that doesn't get enough acclaim? Because Lyle gets up and down from the fairway bunker. They're tied. He drives into the fairway bunker, and Summerall and Venturi are thinking there's a better chance he's going to make 5 and Calc is going to win than he's going to hit and gets the back slope and sucks it back to about 12 feet and makes the putt to win.
You are on to something there. Olazabal wins his first Masters today in 94. It would be the 6th winner from Europe in the past 7 years. Tiger gets number 4 in a playoff over DeMarco today in 05.
That was the famous, he chips in on 16, oh, wow, have you ever seen anything like it? Vern's call. People forget that chip in put him up 2 with 2 to play. Tiger bogeyed 17 and 18 to go into the playoff, then birdied the first playoff hole to win.
In 2011, after a famous article was written in the Naples Daily News that said Charles Schwartzel will not win the Masters.
Absolutely
Charles
not.
Schwartzel wins the Masters.
One of the only regrets that I have doing this show with you, a year or so later, at the Shark Shootout, Schwartzel was in it, and I had the column. We're doing our show. We did, I think, 2 shows from the Shark Shootout. I think Wednesday, Thursday, because it was a 3-day event, and had the column with the headline, Charles Schwartzel will not win the Masters. And I was trying to be funny because it was the 75th Masters in 2011. And I forget who, Gary Player had won the 25th Masters and Jack had won the 50th. And so I just said, this is going to be an iconic golfer who wins this thing. And Rory's got a 4-shot lead. And so I just picked the funniest sounding name that was within 4 or 5 shots of the leaderboard. Well, you can't get a funnier sounding name than Charles Schwartzel. Oops.
2016, Danny Willett wins his Masters. And in 2022, Scotty Scheffler wins his first career major, beating Rory by 3. Joseph Pulitzer, Harry Morgan, Omar Sharif, John Madden, and Don Meredith would have all celebrated birthdays today. Mel Blount, 77. Steven Seagal, 74. Steve Tasker is 73. David's favorite rapper, Q-Tip, is 55. And Sean Avery is 45. What did I miss, David?
McCartney announced his break from the Beatles today in 1970.
Yeah, but it was a hoax for a solo album.
Well, I believe it was, wasn't he doing like a presser promoting a solo album?
Yeah.
So, I mean, they had kind of sort of broken up already. They were only like a business arrangement between them all, but McCartney said, yeah, I'm going to do my own thing. And people were like, ah.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Philadelphia for the good, where at the Philadelphia Zoo, a pair of critically endangered Galapagos tortoises have become first-time parents. The kicker is they're both nearly 100 years old, making Tony Randall seem like he did it at a young age. Boy, I dated myself with that joke, David. I think I'll just move on. For the bad, we go to Punta Gorda, where Clinton Roser was arrested because, well, he rented out a house to 2 women. The problem was He didn't own the property that he was renting. He did it on Facebook. It appeared legitimate. And a month into their lease, the two young women showed up at the home. Two young women showed up at the home and asked her what she was doing in their dead grandfather's house. That's when they learned the man who rented the home had no legal right to do so. Finally, the ugly. We go to Iowa City, where Dustin Snyder was arrested for driving under the influence. And he was really under the influence at .222. He was driving an excavator down the road.
Oh, my goodness.
Swerving in and out of traffic. And the breath test showed that he was quite drunk. It's his second DUI conviction, his first on an excavator. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Thursday, April the 10th, here on Miller and Moulton.
So does Masters coverage begin at noon on Paramount? Or is it all ESPN today?
David, I don't know what their streaming schedule is because Masters.com is so good. You're a fool. If you like this tournament, you are foolish to not download the app. It might be the best app in sports. I'm not kidding. I don't know if there's an easier to negotiate, easier to use, that gives you as much. You're in your car and you want to listen to Masters Radio because you can't watch, they've got that. You want to watch Amen Corner, you want to watch featured groups, there is nothing better than the coverage on Masters.com.
And then I believe by 3 o'clock today, you can actually see pictures on ESPN. Frozen 4 is today and tonight in St. Louis. It's on ESPN2. 5 o'clock, Denver and Western Michigan. 8:30, Penn State, first time they've ever been in this situation, taking on BU, Boston University. 6 baseball games, 5 of them are this afternoon. Red Sox trying to avoid being swept in a 4-gamer at home against Toronto, but the Rays and Angels wrap up their 4-game series at 1 o'clock at Steinbrenner Field as well.
Run up there, catch little Mike Trout today.
5 NBA games. The TNT double dip is Cleveland, Indiana. And then at night, Minnesota, Memphis. So a lot of playoff seeding at stake. Pacers are trying to track down the Knicks. I will say an interesting game in Detroit tonight, Mark. I don't know that the Knicks are going to play their full group because it's Knicks at Pistons, which right now would be a first-round series in the East. But what's interesting is, like, Indiana's a 9.5-point favorite at home against Cleveland. If the Knicks, who are an underdog tonight because they're not going to play all their guys, if they lose in Detroit and the Pacers win, those two teams will be a game apart with 2 to play for the 3 seed. Just saying.
By the way, Noah Kent, who was the runner-up at the U.S. Amateurs, made 2 early birdies. He's among 4 at 2 under, leading the Masters currently. Couple of guys that got off to bad starts have righted the ship. Will Zalatoris made an early bogey. He's back to even par. Cameron Smith off to a good start as well. He's even through a couple of holes as the featured groups are about to get on the golf course here in the next few minutes.
Detroit at Florida in the NHL at 7 o'clock tonight. Wings all but out of it.
They're done.
And Panthers trying to, just
have to start questioning the Iser plan in Detroit, David.
I know. By the way, best scorecard so far at Augusta, I'd nominate Nikolai Hogard. Have you seen what he's done? First 5 holes? Bogey, double, birdie, birdie, birdie.
Par birdie. He's got it to 1 under.
Look at that. 3 over through 2, birdies 4 of the next 5.
Longer 1 under through 4. I know it's early, but these are guys that you're just rooting for. He and Couples both 1 under early in their round. Would be great to see one of them make the cut.
Longer's 250 off the tee these days. I mean, if Bernhard Longer can make the cut there, I mean, seriously, there are par 4s that he'll go driver 3 wood, and I don't know if he'll get there.
You're 100% right. He even said so in his interview. He's like, the course is too long for me now. Last year was going to be his last appearance at the Masters, but he blew out his Achilles in a pickleball match. So this is his last one. The fact that he won on the Champions Tour again is just astonishing. It really is.
This is 18th year on the Champions Tour. Mark, in his first 17 seasons on the Champions Tour, how many of those seasons does he have a win?
17. 17.
That seems pretty good. Miller and Moulton. You miss any of the show? Go to millerandmoulton.com. We had Steve Carney, Whit Watson, Matt Moscona, and Scott Lewis. Tomorrow, Pat Kerwin and more Masters talk. Hey, thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, tadalafil, and Viagra, sildenafil, are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made, at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
All right. Ready when you are.
Gotta click us off.
Oh, yeah. Then I'm not ready.